Hello everybody, welcome to Sapsucker Woods, where it is mostly sunny, a little bit breezy. It's rather, I don't know the exact temperature, but it's warm outside. It's in the 80s, and we'll see. It's going to feel like a hot day, I think, especially in the car and especially out of the car. Now, it should feel warm, but I'm sure it'll be significantly more comfortable in shady areas. But we're going to see what we can see here. I have seen or heard, we're parked in one of the outer parking lots. It looks like there's an event going on, from what I could tell. I really haven't gone in the lab or anything like that, so I don't know what's around. I have been hearing a red-winged blackbird. I've seen a robin or two, and I think it's safe to say that's all I've seen or heard to this point. So let me button things up, and we'll see if we can take a walk. Be right with you. Oh, one more sip of water. We've had some hot weather, but we did have some rain over the last couple days, and that's made a difference. Be right with you. That's not good. I hear a robin singing, and I just heard a song sparrow. Oh, that's not good. 1 second. That's not good at all. Sorry this always takes so much time. It is a very pretty day, not necessarily perfect for bird watching, but by the way, I posted a video of the American bittern we saw last week, if you're interested in seeing it. Every once in a while we have a good view of one, and that happened last week. Okay, I think we have everything. Let's take a walk. But I might have heard an oriole. And I think I just heard a rattle of an oriole. A fair number of goose droppings out here in this outer parking lot. We haven't seen any Canada geese ourselves over the last couple weeks. Here, I mean. We've seen them elsewhere, but not here. Hearing red-winged blackbird vocalizations. And that's a robin we're also hearing sing. There's a catering truck here, and it looks like they might be packing up, but I wish they would, put a sign out here, out here at least near the walkway, just indicating that the lab is closed whenever they have one of these events, because otherwise someone has to walk, up to the door or nearly to the door just to find out that the lab is closed. Something, or maybe a sign on a stand here. Well, maybe the lab's open again, I don't know. Maybe it was never closed. I don't see any tables in there. Maybe they weren't closed. I don't know. Anyway, very often they'll have tables out there in the main visitor center area. Oh, this is really, it's hard to see in there. I see blue jays on the ground and a gray catbird. I really can't see much because of the vegetation that's growing. There's a red-winged blackbird there. And another one. What's going on with this tripod today? That is a young European starling, I believe. Oh, maybe. Yes, I believe so. And we just heard a song sparrow. These are young European starlings. And there's an adult starling there, and a red-bellied woodpecker there. Somehow some spider must have been flying through the air. Got on my face. I can't get rid of I just can't get rid of the silk. Hearing a frog. We're going to move on because I just can't see very well in there. Okay. A couple nights ago, I was outside and I wasn't sure it was going to rain, so I was watering things, and it did start to rain fairly heavily after that, and that was fine. I didn't mind because I needed the water on my various plants and things like that, on the lawn, and but anyway, I continued to stand outside. I was done watering, and it was raining, and I saw a frog, and looked like he was trying to get out of the really wet areas, just so it wouldn't get stuck in cold water. And I was thinking how I have never personally seen a frog eating anything. I see them sitting there and sitting there and sitting there. I never see them actually do anything. Maybe they move a little bit and hop around a little bit, go from one spot to another, but I never actually see them eat. So while you're looking there at that turtle, I'm going to look around with binoculars. Kind of quiet. We're hearing red-winged blackbird vocalizations, but not much else. And I'm not seeing a lot of activity, bird activity. What is with this tripod today? 1 second. Not balancing. Alright, we're going to move on anyway because I don't see much going on here in terms of bird activity that I can see. Here where I stand in shade, it's actually fairly comfortable with that breeze. But, hold on, there's a catbird. And another one nearby vocalizing. I was going to show you the catbird on the ground, but it took off. I did, on my way here, I drove through the, part of the campus. Things seem a lot quieter there than they had last week with reunion and a lot of people walking around. I think I'm hearing an American goldfinch. Maybe. That was a swamp sparrow. Things are overgrown already. Lots of healthy green vegetation. No surprise, of course, given the time of year. Things haven't had a chance to dry out yet, but they've certainly had enough time to grow. That was a red-bellied woodpecker you just heard. And I think I'm hearing a great crested flycatcher. There's the red-bellied woodpecker again. And the tit-tit-tit, tit-tit-tit, that's an American goldfinch. Squirrel there. we haven't been here, you know, for the later parts of the day in some time. But I imagine, I've mentioned this before, but I imagine that even though the days are getting longer, effectively, the daylight hours have shortened here within the woods, because now with all this leaf cover, it gets darker earlier. I really came to appreciate that once years ago. This is before the tour, when I came here for an event, I think. Came to the lab, and I thought, okay, great, I'll be able to take a walk also. And you know, had my camera and everything, and I walked around, but I realized, well, I'm struggling here because it was dark. And you know, I think it was in May that this happened, or May or early June, and you know, I had assumed that, okay, we've got long days. I never gave much thought to the leaf cover. We're hearing that great crested flycatcher again. It doesn't sound very close. And you know, wherever we are, we usually finish closer to dark, and there might still be light in the sky, but when it comes to things down here, whether we're in a wooded area or not, it does get darker, and it can be harder to find things and to see them well enough to take good photos and videos. Who's that? I saw somebody fly up there. Oh. Looks like a flycatcher of some sort. Okay, I've got to move just a bit. My guess is Phoebe, but I don't know. I'm not an expert on flycatchers. The ones we see most often are probably the eastern phoebe. I don't remember exactly what an eastern wood peavey would look like. I know they're similar. And others that we see or encounter are the great crested flycatcher. Although we hear those more often than we see them. And the willow flycatcher. Hey, how are you? How are you? What am I looking at? Eastern phoebe?
No.
Eastern wood peewee?
Probably, yeah.
Oh, not looking at anything now.
Dominant wind was, and you expect Phoebe and yellow on the bill. And,
Appreciate your help.
is it over here now?
Uh,
A couple of branches that diverge a little bit.
Let me
Above
look.
eye level. Right about eye level.
Let me look with binoculars. It'll help me. I don't see it.
Oh, somewhere about there. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I'm messing up your whole show there.
That's okay. Appreciate your help. Oh. Oh, this tree here?
To
To
in
the right?
between these two small trees,
Okay.
about eye level, there's a branch that goes
I
up
see
to
it.
30
Okay.
feet behind.
I see it. Uh-huh.
See that big gray vest? Just pale gray.
Mm-hmm. So you're
That's
thinking
just smudging
eastern
on the side of the face.
wood peewee.
Yeah. A Phoebe would be more dark on the top half of the face and light on the bottom half of the face.
Okay.
I don't know if it gets
Let's see if it comes back up.
still down. Actually, on this log, it's working its way to the right on the log, which is not what you would expect.
No, I see it, but I can't. I don't think I could get it
Yeah.
on camera. Or could I?
Okay. Fill up. It's now in this little crooked sapling here,
Okay.
where it branches.
All right, let me look.
And it's flying off and up to the right.
Okay. Well, we'll let it go, I guess. Well, thank you, Dave. Appreciate your help. Hello. Thanks again. It's so helpful when you run into someone who actually knows what they're talking about. So that was an eastern phoebe. I'm sorry, eastern wood peewee rather than an eastern phoebe. And we're doing what we normally do right now. I'm looking, hoping, maybe for a barred owl sighting. We haven't seen one in a while. And we were in this area when we saw the babies last year. We were having some pretty good luck seeing them last year. Not so much so far this year. Hold on, I gotta tend to something. Oh, I just realized I forgot to bring bug spray if I need it. Uh-oh. Nothing to repel the mosquitoes. Not with me. And I didn't even bring the extra batteries I usually bring. Boy, some operation this is. Now, we were lucky last year when we found the baby barred owls. The only reason why we found them is because they were vocalizing. And we're just very lucky to have that happen. But never had that before happen and haven't had it since. Or, I should say, I never had that sound, or at least I don't recall ever having that sound and trying to identify it, and eventually, finding the owls as a result. Hold on, somebody's over there. Who's that? Please stay there. Please stay there. Please stay there. You can turn around if you want. Could be the same bird. Okay, just flew on. And I believe I'm hearing a peewee in the distance. I said, I kept saying, please stay there because, very often, you might see a bird with the naked eye or with binoculars, whatever, and then when you go to switch to either, from whatever you saw it with to something else, it's not always easy to get it in view. And that's for a couple reasons. One, chances are it's going to be a different field of view. That's why you have the the 2 or 3 options in the first place. The widest is your own vision. Second widest is what you would see through binoculars, and then the third widest, a scope or maybe a powerful camera. And or a powerful lens, I should say, of some sort. And so you're going to have those differences, and also, if you think about it, chances are they're not all in the same. They're not in the same place. Your eyes are at any one moment. They're located, with your head, and. Hold on, who's that? Could be a blue jay, I think, but I don't know. Hold on. It was up here, but I don't know where it is now. Whatever it was. Oh, there's a woodpecker. No, maybe not. And whatever it was just took off and went over here somewhere. Looked like a tree trunk climbing bird. And just took off again. Last I saw it was on this tree, but maybe on the other side of it. I don't know where it is now. But like if you take binoculars or a scope, the area where the light comes in, the end of the lens, is going to be in a different location than your eyes. And so, like it or not, it at any one moment has a different view than your eyes do. So sometimes to get one to see what the other had been seeing, same line of sight, same everything, it's not always easy. Well, whatever that was, I don't know where it went. Sometimes I'll be seeing maybe a bird in flight, and it can be hard to find it. I'm having a hard time finding it in the sky. Maybe I saw it with the naked eye or with binoculars, and then I'm trying to get a closer look with with a scope or something like that, and that narrower field of view can make it challenging. And then sometimes there are some days when it just seems like I struggle with that all the time. Every single attempt, it's tough to get on track with something that's in flight or in a perched in a tree or whatever. And then there are other days that for whatever reason it just seems like just locked on, And you see something and very quickly get the scope trained on it. And sometimes there's just simple luck. Something is it catches your eye, and you quickly try to get to it, but somehow, some way, you end up being right on it, and even in reasonable focus, and you get a good look. Well, it's actually pretty quiet overall here in the woods. Let's continue walking. I'm hearing somebody, and I'm not sure what it is yet. a red-eyed vireo. You know, we had been seeing a woodpecker nest here. I think the thinking was that it was a hairy woodpecker. I'm not hearing any vocalizations from like a nest or anything. I wonder if they've fledged already. They did look last week. We did see the young. We've got some people up ahead. I wonder if they're seeing something. Maybe not. Hold on, I saw something just now. It may have been pileated. Excuse me. Pardon me. I don't know where it was. I saw something fly up to one of the trees. It looked to be of reasonable size. But I'm not sure what tree. You know, sometimes over a distance, at least for me, it can be difficult to determine exactly where did something land. And it's not to say that it stayed put even once it landed anyway. But, well, you know what? I don't know. Okay, let's... well, there's not much going on here anyway, so even though we walked faster for a bit, I don't think we missed anything. And I've been taking photos and videos for a fair number of years now, and you know, when I first started, I had a purpose. I'm hearing a white-breasted nuthatch, but I'm not sure what I'm hearing. Hold on, I'm guessing it's a squirrel, but something else going on. Hold on. Come on. Come on. Come on, Merlin, load up. Yeah, Merlin's not detecting any bird, so... Merlin's not hearing anything. I don't know what it was. Were they squirrels? Oh, yeah, that's a pileated woodpecker. Now wait, I'll give you a look. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Did it go? I was going to give you a look. You could have looked at my camera screen. That's okay. It's not your fault.
What's that other bird?
There's a pileated woodpecker.
What is it called? Sir?
Pileated woodpecker.
Affiliated with.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. But we heard something else. I'm not... So I saw a pileated woodpecker, everybody. I didn't get it on camera quickly enough. It goes to show you, sometimes you see something with the eye, but it's not always easy to get it on camera. But I was hearing something else from over here. Merlin either wasn't hearing it or was not believing it was a bird to be identified. Now, Merlin's not perfect. I've had instances where I am clearly hearing a bird and hearing it fairly well, and Merlin would not identify it. And then I've had other times when I can barely hear a bird or I'm not hearing it at all, and Merlin states that it's there. So, I don't know. And, going back to the baby barred owls we saw last year, I think I know I've told this story before. I was hearing a sound I didn't know, and I had Merlin listen, and it said barred owl, and I was doubtful, but I kept, it made me look that much more closely, and sure enough, we found the baby barred owls, and they were the ones vocalizing. Now I'm hearing above us a red-eyed vireo. Excuse me. Hearing a yellow-bellied sapsucker somewhere. There it is again. It doesn't sound like it's really close. And if it were here but somehow the leaves weren't here, we'd maybe try to take a look. But I think it's a little bit too far into the woods for us to see. Swamp sparrow. Red-winged blackbird. Excuse me. I think I might be hearing a cardinal. Excuse me. Song sparrow. Northern cardinal. Can't see anything here. Well, a little bit, but everything's grown right in. Someone just flew out. I forgot when I was listing flycatchers earlier, I forgot this one. Looks like it looks like an eastern kingbird. Brighten it up. You see these two, actually, pretty often. Maybe more than the others, really. And I'm hearing an eastern phoebe. I'm sorry, no, I take that back. That phoebe call is actually a black-capped chickadee. I'm sorry. And I think I just saw a woodpecker of some sort, but it flew out of view. All right, let's continue on. Excuse me. You can look, but if you look over, let me see if it's still there. If you look in that taller tree there, towards the lower part, on the left side, there's a bird there called an eastern kingbird. It's on one of the bare branches towards the bottom on the left.
I think I see it.
Pardon me?
I think I see it.
You do in that taller tree. That's not too far away from here. Do you know which tree I'm talking about?
The one that's kind of
And it kind of, it's there.
next to the very short tree.
And if you look on towards the bottom, let me see. Nope, actually it took off. And do you hear that in the distance?
Yeah.
Listen. Wait. Do you hear that? It sounds like that is a veery. You're welcome. So we've just heard a veery. I was hearing one last night also as I was getting ready for the tour. There's some people up ahead, including one of the people we've encountered already. Are they seeing something? A cardinal? I hear it. Thank you. Yeah, that's the nature of bird watching. Do you have the Merlin app?
My husband downloaded it. I didn't.
You can get it too. I mean, it can be very helpful. I don't see the cardinal. You don't see it either, do you?
No.
Oh, okay. Two of them, actually. Thank you. I see it. I don't know if I can get it in view or not. Also hearing a black-capped chickadee. You see it?
Yeah. What is
It's a northern cardinal.
Northern Colorado? I remember last time.
Taking a picture.
You can see it on my camera screen.
I said, are you taking a picture?
I'm actually live streaming this.
What's your job?
Pardon me?
What's your job?
Oh, my job has nothing to do with this. I'm just having fun right now. If you want,
He's live streaming it.
you can have this card, scan this, and you can see what I'm seeing right now on my camera.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Can you see on his camera?
There's a little bit of a delay because communications are only so good.
You look like camera. Are you a cameraman?
Kind of. I'm having. Oh, just.
Oh, I see it.
You're welcome.
Here we go. Let me just be back for a second.
You can give it back to him, sir.
No, you can have it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
He's a million hundred. See another bird?
So if you go to that right now and you see the live stream, you'll see what I'm seeing.
Oh, now let's look through this one. But no, I can.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
we can just move a little bit. Okay. That was a common yellowthroat we just heard. Sounds like it's not too far away. We don't usually see them. We hear them, but we don't usually see them. Oh, wait a minute. Sounds like it might be up a little bit higher than normal. I see it. At least I think I see it. Oh, it just took off. It's not fair. I saw it not fully, but I saw it definitely, and then it just took off and headed this way. It was up high, and we might have had a decent look at it.
One lady that I watch is scary the bird watching. She makes her whole family sit on the side of the road when she gets up and looks at birds on the side of the road.
I'm not sure where it went. It flew back away from the pond and over here somewhere, but I don't know where it went. Oh well. So anyway, it was a common yellowthroat. Maybe if we're lucky we'll have another look. Or at least another chance to see it. And I think I see a great blue heron. Not very close. And to my right and just a little bit above the water, there's a common grackle. I'm not sure I can get it for you now. No, it just took off. Look around, I'm not seeing all that much else. Still haven't seen or heard any Canada geese. As I noted earlier, we were definitely seeing their droppings. Not that I was showing those droppings to you, but you know. common grackle there. Okay, I think I just heard a yellow warbler, northern yellow warbler. Something is up in this area, or at least it was. I don't know if it still is. On the far side of this tree, not the near side. And I'm not sure if it's still there or not. Might have been the yellow warbler, but I'm not sure. Oh, yellow warbler. And I just heard the common yellowthroat again, but the yellow warbler seems to have flown out of the immediate area, and I just heard the vocalization of the yellowthroat again. Okay, the yellow warbler's back. Is that it? No. Back to the grateful heron for the moment. Probably move on fairly soon. I'm hearing some vocalization. Sounds like a mess, but I could be wrong. Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, who's this? I believe it's a female red-winged blackbird. Okay, let's let it go. Okay, that was the yellow warbler again. Just vocalized. Let's see if we can find it. Sounds like it's still roughly in the same area, but I don't see it. Oh, just saw it. And flew on. Okay, we're going to move on. Anyway, I was talking a little bit about I was starting to talk a little bit about photography, and I was just doing some testing and trial and stuff on I hear a catbird, and oh, it just took off. And I did something I don't normally do with my camera. I put it into one of the different, they call it creative modes. And so I put it into, I don't know what it's called, but it's not black and white. It's more like an old-time photo, you know, early on, and from the early days of photography. Not a true black and white, maybe, but like brownish tones, I guess. I don't know how to really describe it. But I walked outside, I took some photos of some flowers that my neighbor planted. And, you know, maybe it's just me, but somehow I just found those images really beautiful in their own way. So they didn't have like full color by any means. They have very limited color. But the background was all blurred out, and it was just that like one or two flower stems, stalks in view. And with that old-time coloring, I don't know, it just looked like it could have been taken, many, many years ago. And it just, something about it just had a feel to it. And, you know, I can imagine maybe most people saying, what's this? It's not even in real color. But it was neat to take such a photo. I haven't looked at any of the photos that I took, on anything larger than the camera's own screen. But just a fun sort of thing to take, really. And there is that something, and I've mentioned it before, there is that special something about still photos compared to video. It's a gray catbird. Even if you take a single frame from video, so I mean it was obviously a part of a given video, that still frame, it's an instant, a moment in time, and it is what it is. You don't know what happened before it, you don't know what happened after it. American goldfinch you're hearing. And sometimes you capture that perfect moment, and what led to it and what came away from it was, from a photography standpoint, completely unimpressive, uninteresting, but that one moment is a special one. Swamp sparrow. Not much going on that I can see. Let me look with binoculars. We haven't seen or heard belted kingfishers today. No Canada geese, as I've mentioned, so far anyway. Kind of a quiet day here. I feel sorry for anyone who comes here. You know, maybe they've made a special trip, they've never been here before, and, you know, maybe they don't see anything interesting today. I hear a blue jay. My neighboring red-tailed hawks have been pretty scarce of late. I just, yesterday I didn't see them. The day before I didn't see them. I did see one today, maybe two different sightings, but I'm not sure if it was the same individual. But I have not been seeing them. And I don't know if that means they've just, you know, they've been tending to a nest, maybe, and they've just been busy. Or if they haven't had any nests to take care of, so they've just been in different areas entirely. Because there's no cause for them to be around. Hearing red-winged blackbirds. Well, it might be said, well, it's your timing. That's possible, but I don't keep real track of all the times and exact locations where I've seen them over the years. So, for all I know, every year in June, this time, I don't see them, but I haven't been seeing them much. When I did see one today at the top of a tree within my view, I was very happy. And then later on, I saw one at the top of a different tree. I wasn't sure if it was the same one or not, but okay, that is whatever they now call the house wren. And over the years, we've seen house wrens in this area. In fact, they've even nested in one of these nests sometimes. And I'm hearing a gray catbird. It's possible I just saw... Yeah, I think I just saw 2 house wrens, or whatever they're called. I can't remember if it's eastern house wren now, or... Okay, I don't see them. That's its vocalization, a very complex thing I wouldn't even pretend to give you an impression of. I see somebody. I think probably a phoebe. And we're hearing a catbird. Just saw the phoebe. It was on one of these branches here and took off towards the water and then back up and behind out of view. And again, we're hearing a catbird sing and red-winged blackbirds sing. Okay, I'm going to put you back over here, and I'm going to look around with binoculars. Let's put you here. And I think the yellow warbler also. That's a phoebe, I think. It's darking out a bit. And maybe a couple more. Oh, something flew by. Not sure what. Oh, not going to get them. Okay, we're going to move on, I think. There's not that much going on here, really. Oh, red-winged blackbird just flew out. And one is here. Let me just look at a couple things with binoculars. Oh, Phoebe just... Here, I'm going to look with binoculars. Okay, we're going to move on. Nothing unexpected here, but there's some activity. The catbirds, yellow warblers around. House wrens are not too far away, but over there. And red-winged blackbirds, eastern phoebe. Lots of roots here poking through the trail. Oh, great blue heron. Must have been there somewhere, but I just saw a great blue heron take off. Unless it was the same great blue heron that we saw earlier. We have two. I'm doubtful. I'll bet it was the second one. Let me look more carefully with binoculars. 1 second. Just a quick look, okay. Well, there was a robin there on the ground, but I was backing up so I could show you, and then it's gone. Another robin over there. Alright, we're going to head to the car. So like I said earlier, lots of goose droppings here in this area anyway, but I haven't seen any Canada geese. guessing they're around somewhere. The young are probably still, still can't fly. All right, let's get in the car and head to the campus. Surprisingly, there were really no gnats or mosquitoes, but maybe not so surprising for various reasons. If you're wondering which is easier, summer or winter for this, I'd say in many ways winter is easier. Usually in winter, I mean, I have to wear coats and gloves and all that. And, I do have to be concerned if it's too cold for, camera equipment or whatever. But usually it's warm enough, or at least it is for, brief periods of time. It's warm enough. But in summer, it doesn't take long for something to overheat. Especially if the sun is on it for just a minute or two, electronics can overheat in a big hurry. It's ready to go one second. Okay, let's go, I guess. It's that overheating that has been the subject of my homework lately. Not having much luck solving the problem. But I'm working on it. Hi, sapsucker. And on the stop sign to our right is a blue jay. Degrees. We made it through that light. I thought surely it would turn red before we got there. I'm not complaining. So I'd like to look around the campus a little bit. Don't have a lot of time. Try to see what we can. Hopefully we'll have some luck. Obviously, we spend most of our Ithaca time, in terms of driving, near either in or near the Cornell campus. So that definitely makes a difference. I think I just saw a young crow on the ground. It really does make a difference when Cornell is on summer break or whatever break, and Ithaca College the same. A lot less, significantly less traffic around. I'm not sure what the enrollment is at each institution. I think the number I used to remember, I don't know. I think long ago, I think I used to hear a number of combined enrollment of 28,000 or something like that. That was quite a while, and not when the students are here. It does not represent a doubling of Ithaca, but it is a significant percentage in terms of the total it reaches. So, to clarify, it wasn't as if like the total population of people around would double when the schools are operating, but it was like not far from that, or at least maybe it was 40% of the way or something. And I don't know what it's like now. I used to hear these numbers quite a while ago. We're on the Cornell campus anyway now, and it's still 82 degrees. Here on the campus, there is absolutely no doubt it's much easier to get through some of these more difficult intersections when the students are not here. Just far fewer cars, far fewer people walking. Sure, obviously we're reaching this light now, but how often have we had to wait through the cycle at this light, a couple times to get through, just because it takes so long for people and vehicles to clear through, and sometimes you just can't make the light. Robin, you're hearing? I just saw some kind of raptor. I looked away and then I looked up and I saw a raptor up ahead, first flying parallel to Tower Road and then taking a left turn. And now I'm hearing a robin call, so I imagine Alright, we're gonna... This might be a bad idea. We're just going to park here, and I'm going to get out of the car with you, and let me just see to some things. Bluetooth off. Oh, you know, this phone, I swear, Apple, you're awful. You don't realize it, but you're not that good. Okay, give me a minute. Let's get out and we're gonna look around, and it might be helpful, might not. Hold on, somebody just texted me. Okay, great, I don't care. Your order shipped. Okay, who cares? Do I need that? This might be a bad idea, but I don't know. And I say that because, you know, what's our purpose? Our purpose is to see the hawks, and this could make it more difficult rather than less difficult. Come on, wires, get off. Oh, jeez. Dumbest thing. Sometimes, like, for instance, when we're at... There's a chance I have a wiring issue, I'm not sure. back to Big Red. Where are you? There she is. So again, she's on Bradfield. I haven't seen or heard any sign of Arthur. Probably not going to have much time to go looking for him. If you're wondering, I did check the throne on my way here. We're going to cross the street, I think. Okay, I think this is a good spot. Let's look back up at the nest. Let me move here. I can't see Big Red now that I've moved, but... Hold on. I hear some renewed robin alert calls. Big Red is still where she was. I don't know if Arthur has come along and if he's in the area, or if the robin had just been taking a break from the alerts, or if I don't know, wasn't noticing. I hear a killdeer. We won't stay here much longer. In fact, just a couple minutes, and then we've got to take a break. Okay, let's move. Just to look around a bit. Maybe, like I said, maybe somebody else came in to the area. Okay, everybody. I don't know what kind of issues I'm having, if there's a wiring problem or if there's something else going on, but I think we're going to take a break anyway. So we're looking at maybe about 5:15. Let's see if you got the message. Okay, you've got the message. That's Big Red we're looking at right now. No sign of Arthur that I know of. So I don't know where he is, but we are having some technical issues. I think it's time we took a break, and we will see you in a little while. Bye-bye, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Montezuma, where it's 84 degrees, sunny, and here in the car, very hot and very uncomfortable. And I've been dealing with some technical issues unrelated to what we were experiencing on the campus earlier. But they are what they are. Let me continue my efforts here. Just wanted to get started up. We've been doing some different sort of configuration here in Montezuma for, this is the third week now, and it's more complicated, but essentially, I mean, I could do without it, but it's much easier once we're up and running to have it. And but it takes some effort on my part once I get here to just reconfigure stuff and get things working. Anyway, I'll be right with you. In the meantime, what have I seen or heard since arriving? An osprey, red-winged blackbirds, brown-headed cowbird, gray catbird, and I'm not sure if I think I heard house wrens, and I'm not sure what else. The visitor center is, of course, closed for the day, closed at, I think, 3, and we we are ready to go. Like I said, it's hot. I don't know why I closed all the windows. Just heard a song sparrow. I'm hearing a robin. Oh, I did see a robin earlier too. I saw the pigeons as I drove in, so they were there. As I said, when we were in Ithaca, I think cold weather is actually in many ways easier to deal with than the hot weather is. Not always. I mean, sometimes my fingers freeze over. And that can be very uncomfortable. Oh, I forgot to do something. Hearing a red-winged blackbird. Song sparrow. I just saw, I believe, an American goldfinch, but it might not have been. It was yellow, but I didn't get a good enough look at it. For all I know, it was a yellow warbler. The hot weather gets to me. It can get very annoying. It's American robin while we hear a gray catbird singing. And I think I may have just heard a swamp sparrow. Song sparrow again. There's just too much stuff here. Oh, by the way, I did see Arthur on my way out. I started to drive away, and I did check again the throne, and he was up there. So I saw him briefly. I did record him, but it wasn't great because of the lighting and everything. I could show it to you, but maybe I will. Okay, just heard a common yellowthroat and a marsh wren. Just heard the yellowthroat again. still hearing other marsh wrens too, maybe from this side, or at least it sounds like it. Did I just see one? Swamp sparrow. I think the grasses on this side of the channel of water here they're more grown than usual, or at least maybe more grown than they have been in recent years, and more of an obstacle for us in seeing the water and the other side. Oh, we may have mute swans. Yeah, we do. We may get a good look at them. Question to me is, are they the ones with the babies? I think they might be. And unfortunately, we're going to have some grasses that block our view. Oh yeah, they've got the babies. Hold on a second. So these are mute swans. And I'm seeing, how many am I seeing here? 3, 4, 5, and then is there a sixth one back there? Yeah. Their babies are cygnets, if you didn't know. And I don't know if I can move forward any. We've got grasses in our way. Oh no. Oh no. I hope that one's okay. I hope it's okay. I have a feeling it's something that has happened. I thought maybe it was just, I hope, I don't know if, I fear the worst. At first I thought it was just doing something unusual, but kind of sort of maybe trying to sleep. Oh, I don't know. I fear the worst. I hope I'm wrong, but I fear the worst. This is part of nature. Wish I could help in some way. There's another pair here. Well, actually, I don't know if they're a pair or not, but there are two more adults here. On the other side of the road, I just happened to catch sight of them. see the family does not want to leave that one cygnet that seems to be struggling, or maybe just dying, poor thing. And you know, this is, sorry if this is saddening. We're going to move forward. I want to take maybe a angle will help us to see it. If it is stuck on its side, and I don't know if that's the case. Maybe it's somehow tangled in reeds and they don't know how to handle it. I don't see it tangled in anything. Unless its foot is caught on something. You know, maybe its other foot or its wing. Sorry, didn't want to beep the horn. Poor thing. I wonder if something happened to its other foot. Or if maybe a turtle got it or something. Oh, did you see? I think something did get it. Well, or at least something looked odd with its other foot or leg. I may be wrong. We're going to move on. Sorry to see this. Sorry to see that. It happens, though. I mean, you know, and my guess, and I don't know, this is just pure speculation, my guess is something happened to its other leg. Maybe something, maybe this turtle bit it or something. I don't know. And I couldn't see it well enough to, you know, not that I'm an expert anyway. But, or it got caught on something, or just something happened. I don't know. Always sad to see anything like that. I see a song sparrow. And it's a shame too, because it looked like we were going to have some, and we could still go back and look, but I just don't want to look at the mute swans and their babies. Those look like they were pretty young, so again, probably not the same family we had watched fairly closely 2 weeks ago. Just judging by the size, I mean, they look like they were the same size as those we saw 2 weeks ago. And whatever happened, or at least the end result of it, is happening now. But I wonder if whatever happened fairly recently. I don't think I could have just gone over there. I mean, even if I had boots deep enough and everything, I don't know if I could have gone over there and helped. Probably not. And the mute swans almost certainly would not have liked it if I had. They would have been very upset with me, I'm sure. From what I understand, they can be very, very, very protective. And understandably so. Sorry, this is a one-way road. You're supposed to go that way.
Oh, really? I had no idea about that.
So please turn around.
It said no U-turn up there.
I don't know about up there, but here, this is a one-way road. How did you get in? Did you go in from the very end?
I came in from this way, and
okay.
then somebody was parked there, and then I
well,
was like, no,
please turn around. You need to go that way. Okay? Thank you. Not that I know of.
No, because I'm kind of like almost out of gas.
Well,
that's why I turned around.
I see. Well, just that's the way to go. I mean, if you go there, you risk injury and you risk hurting somebody else.
I'm pretty observant and I'm pretty Seminole, so I'm pretty sure.
You're that low on gas, huh?
I really am, dude. I'm not even kidding.
Well, I'm not. Look, you got to follow your conscience, I guess.
I mean, I'm not trying to...
No, I understand, but you've got to follow your conscience.
Yes, sir. How far, may I ask how far around?
I don't know. You must have. I don't know how far you went,
Neither do I.
or why
I
you,
know that
or why you came here if you're that low on gas.
Is it to go all the way around here?
Well, you end up going this straight away, and then you turn. I mean, it's a long way. You wouldn't want to walk it, I have to admit.
All right, yeah, I'm going to just turn back.
All right.
I didn't mean to disrupt you.
No, it's okay. Mm-hmm. If you're that low on gas, why did you come here in the first place? Idaho license plates. Hearing a common gallon rule. Salisbury. Still hearing marsh wrens. And I think a catbird. A couple swans up ahead. And just giving you a look at things here. Okay, so we're now near these two adult swans. I don't see any cygnets around them. These are also mute swans. I have a feeling that's, in this area, that's all we've seen really, since things opened back up, for the spring. I don't believe we've seen any other swans. I could be wrong. We might have seen like a trumpeter maybe, but I'm not sure. But we've definitely been seeing mute swans. Canada goose, and our first Canada goose together today. We didn't see any in Ithaca. And this is the area where we had been seeing, on 2 occasions, sandhill cranes. I don't see any right now. Kind of quiet here overall. Not a lot of activity of any sort, really. Last week, we did not see any bald eagles at all, anywhere. And I'm wondering if we'll see any today. I have not seen one. Can you see any from home or anything like that before leaving? It's not to say that they're not here. Swans. It's, I will say this, looking out there, the water's smoother this week than last week, so that helps, but the sun is bright, and it makes looking in, over long distances difficult, especially like with this camera. Sometimes if we're looking over a small enough area, at high magnification, sometimes the sun is, believe it or not, less of a factor. Now, who's that? That's an osprey. I just want to sit you down for a bit. I think I see a great blue heron. Not close, but very far away. There. More Canada geese. well away from us. The goslings are getting large. Looks like another swan in the distance, I think. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I would say. And more geese. Okay, I'm glad we looked because, you know, we only saw the one that was reasonably close and no other. But there's some. They're around. But nobody, you know, other than that one, nothing, haven't seen any that are close to us. If you're wondering, you know, last week we came here twice. Once earlier, like now, and once pretty late in the day. And as we were driving, I noticed eventually, boy, there are a lot of flying bugs around. And many managed to find their way into my car. And they rode all the way home with me. And I did try to get them out, I just couldn't get them out. And then finally at home, I believe I got them out. Although I'm really not 100% certain, but I believe I did get them out. In the air, is that a great blue heron? I think so. I got home, parked the car. The only light was on the, you know, and I had everything open, all the doors open. And the only light was the street light. And then I took a little air blower and tried to blow out the car just to encourage them out. And I believe they found their way out, but I really don't know. I did hear, by the way, a pied-billed grebe earlier while we were watching the swans. Sure if we saw these Canada geese already or not. Probably not. Heard a song sparrow. And I think I may have just seen a swallow of some sort. Just landed up there. Is that an osprey or is that an eagle? Let's find out. Osprey. Come on. We've seen eagles there before, but right now we're looking at an osprey. And while you're looking at the osprey, I'm looking around. It looked like it was eating something, but I don't see much up there, if anything, for it to eat, unless it's just on the other side of that branch. Could be it's just cleaning up a little bit after having eaten a meal. And it's feking. We'll move on very shortly. Just picking up a bit. All right, let's move on. Looks like it's turned around, so I don't know if it's going to stay there, but is it turned around? Yeah, I think so. Song sparrow there. It's hard to get it into focus. Did I just hear a willow flycatcher? I heard a common yellowthroat. And another, well, maybe the same common yellowthroat. Hold on a second. Look off me. Okay. So it was in this stretch last week where we saw the, up ahead I think, a little ways, where we saw the American bittern. So once again we're going to drive through here slowly as I look and maybe hopefully find something of interest. Hearing marsh wrens again, I think. It's difficult to see, not only between the grasses and the bright sunshine. It's hard to get a good look. Now last week, seeing the American bittern was lucky. It was out in the open essentially, or at least pretty much as open as it gets. You're hearing marsh wrens. No, we never get to see them. We've had only brief glimpses over the years. We've never had a good long close-up. I'd even settle for a close-up that's like a minute long. Just enough with it being there and within view would be great. You know, just a minute, maybe two. Singing would be great too. So essentially with these grasses as they are, I mean, we're limited in terms of seeing anything to anything that happens to pop up and fly above the grasses, or just anything really at the edge. Any breaks in those grasses, in the reeds. What am I hearing? I'm hearing it now. Hold on. Let's see if Merlin can do anything. Oh, come on. I don't care about life lists. I never even select this thing. Hold on. See, that's what I don't like about Merlin. They've cluttered it up in many ways. It's telling me about marsh wrens. I know about that, and it's not hearing the robin that I can hear. Red-winged blackbird, okay, but I heard something else. It's saying cedar waxwing, I have my doubts. Okay, no help really from Merlin in this case, I would say. No help from Merlin. Come on. when I say they've cluttered it up, you know, sometimes maybe they're trying to add too much of a good thing is a possibility. Sometimes it'll come up with one of the species you're hearing, all of a sudden it shows you some video, which, you know, I don't know about you, I don't want my screen taken up with that little video. Maybe give us the option for that to happen. I don't want it to automatically happen. You know, the way to give us the option is just say, oh, you know, if you touch that, the panel where that given species is, then it shows you the video. Okay, just flew by. Small bird. There's another thing, that sort of video, you know, requires internet data, and for someone who's maybe not on an unlimited plan or has a concern about how much data they're using, you know, it's just more that they don't necessarily need. You know, maybe I don't know if most people these days have unlimited data or not. It doesn't matter. I think it was just a little bit further ahead where we saw our American bittern last week. That's a swamp sparrow we just heard. It was right around here, I think. Of course, it flew away. If you saw the video I posted to YouTube, it included at the very end footage of that American bittern in flight as it flew away. I had switched to a different camera at the time. And, you know, it wasn't connected for you to see. I had just wanted to take a few photos, and then I caught a little bit of its flight away. I think that may have been a marsh wren. Yeah. Maybe no bittern today. We'll take any of the rail species, such as the Sora or a Virginia rail. But not today. As I noted, we were lucky to see the American bittern, and we've had that happen, you know, a number of times over the years where we're driving along and looking, maybe hoping, and sure enough, there's one that's, you know, relatively clear of the reeds and grasses, and we just get a nice look. Much of the time, though, they're in and amongst the reeds and grasses, moving through them, and it can be hard to get a look. you know, there are other places along Wildlife Drive where they might be, but we just don't have the view from here. Is it a grackle? Might be, but I've lost sight of it. Common yellow throat. Hey, who's that? What are you doing there? Hope you've got family nearby. Thinking I'm hearing red-winged blackbirds. Sometimes I'll get some of those sounds confused with the sounds made by the black terns. And okay, I see an adult here also. Good. And I hope there's another adult. Oh yeah, adults and maybe other goslings. Hey, you, stay close. We're also getting to that time when the Canada geese will be the adults will be molting their flight feathers. So I expect that from my view from home, for instance, I will soon no longer be seeing any Canada geese, although I think that family that I had seen sporadically is still around. I'm hoping that everything's gone well for their young. And if that's the case, then I might see them. But I haven't seen much of them. And maybe that's why when I did last see them, I was like, oh, good, they still have 4, you know. Keeping my fingers crossed for them. I don't know where they've been spending their time, but wherever they've been spending their time, as of my last sighting of them. Oh, black tern. That's pretty. That's very pretty. Where'd it go? So I've seen one black tern. Oh, there it is. It's tempting to get out of the car here. I'm not going to do it, but it's tempting to get out of the car and maybe try to film it a bit, but we're not going to do that. So again, that's a black tern. Oh, and there's some Canada geese there. I thought I saw somebody. There's a black tern. See, this is one reason why you don't do that. Let's move to the other side of the road now. I love them. I think they're beautiful for one thing. As you know, their numbers are dwindling, unfortunately. But they're also pretty amazing to watch. And I enjoy trying to record them. And that's why, you know, sometimes at Mays Point, I've said to you, okay, I'm going to stay here a while, and we're going to have an extended break because I want to stay here and try to film them. Haven't done that in a while for various reasons. But even, you know, we've stopped at Mays Point, you know, a few times lately, and I've seen essentially nothing. There's a great blue heron. Can't see the sun's in my eye. Another one, I think. And is this a third? Anybody else? No. Snow goose. Probably the same snow goose we saw last week, if I had to guess. Hold on a second. Good luck, snow goose. Let's keep going, I don't want to bother it. If I had to guess, it's injured. I could be wrong, though. It could be that it's just, you know, somehow became separated from other snow geese, and maybe it's decided to stay here rather than, you know, continue migrating north. I don't know. I have to admit, I haven't really been looking as closely as I probably should for American bitterns here close to us, but for the most part, it's been hard to see anything there. Come on. Oh, I saw somebody there. Is that a mourning dove? Who is it? I think so. Yeah, it's a mourning dove. Just took off. Is that a mourning dove? Sorry about the noise, but I need the airflow through the vehicle. It's too hot. Although I have to say, there's not, on a relative basis, not that much traffic on the highway to our right. Great blue heron here. Looks like it. As I've mentioned before, and I'll keep mentioning, that wing flapping speed is important, and I could tell before I even had a real look at it. Who's that? Hold on a second. Geese? Ducks. Mallards. 3 of them. I could just tell that it wasn't a small bird relatively close. It was a large bird because the wings were flapping slowly. I figured it was probably, a great blue heron, and sure enough it was. I think these are grackles. Common grackles. More mallards? Yes, another mallard. So obviously, this is a different time of year. We don't see a lot of ducks. We might see fair numbers in some places, and Van Dyne Spoor, for instance, has had some numbers of ducks. But for most of our travels, we're not seeing any. We didn't see anything like that at Sapsucker today. I imagine there are some around, like maybe wood ducks or something, but we just didn't see them. That breeze feels good. Sorry about the noise, but that breeze feels good. I need it. And I think there's an osprey across the way. It's hard for me to get it for you. I'm going to keep going. And is there more mallards, maybe? No. Canada goose. And wood ducks, I think. Let's have a better look. Oh, wait a second. Great blue heron. Come on, wire, get out of the way. Alright, so do we have wood ducks here? What's going on? Looks like it. A Canada goose and a couple of wood ducks there. nothing else that I can see. Let's keep going. There's another great blue heron, relatively close, but a lot of grass is between us, so we're going to keep going. Yes, I see a great blue heron here. And is anybody here? Is that a turtle? No. Let's keep going. Oh, black tern. Could be the same one we already saw, I don't know. There was only one time when we were at Shockey Pool, I believe, when I was able to look, briefly at black terns perched, and I think back then, things weren't as good as they are now in terms of video quality and everything, and gear, maybe even technique, and the views were okay, but not great. And that there was probably a distance issue also at work and heat shimmer. And as I recall, I was on the tower, which, as you know, shakes. Well, not our busiest visit to Wildlife Drive. I still enjoyed it. But overall, it seemed kind of quiet. Now, will it be more active, as it gets later and later in the day? Maybe. Given the fact that we've been coming here late in the day and not seeing that much ourselves, I kind of have my doubts, but you never know. I think a lot of it has to do with the water levels, and maybe the water levels for many of the birds are pretty high. I've mentioned that before, some of the heron species, well, they're not going to be, hunting all over the place there just because the water's too deep. What's that there on the ground? There's a mourning dove ahead on the ground. Over here. Let's see if we can go through without disturbing it too much. My guess is it will fly away. And it's going to land on the ground again, right on the road. Sorry, mourning dove. Careful. Just flew low over the road. I'm happy about that. Whoa! 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 Oh my! Look at that! You see that? I don't know if the bridge is finished, but they're not doing any work now. We just drove right through, no light. Wow. Welcome to Shocky Pool. There's a robin to our left on the ground. And we'll see if maybe we can take a quick look here. I don't know. My suspicion is that the lighting is going to be difficult, given how sunny it is. Song sparrow. Oh, green heron. Hi, green heron. And great blue heron, much larger than the green heron. And oh, this is bad. Our view, just because of vegetation here on the ground, I could climb the tower, but not really, not given how I'm wired up right now with cameras and things. We'll look up, we can look up there. But our view is much more limited than I thought it might be. 1 second. This. Just heard a swamp sparrow. I think I just heard a yellow warbler. We're going to move on for various reasons. Now I could climb and see. Is there a lot to be viewed other than the Great Blue Heron Rookery? Probably not, because it was all grass last time I walked up to the top of the tower 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I can't believe it's anything but all grass today. In fact, it's probably more grass. Just heard a yellow warbler and I'm seeing a song sparrow. I mean, can you imagine that? They had that bridge under repair and that traffic light up the entire time, and not once did we get a green light? Not once? In all that time, did we drive up and get a green light? Amazing. Now we'll never get a green light. Okay, I just want to, there's a red-winged blackbird. I just want to run out and see if there's anything going on. I suspect there's nothing much, given water levels. Maze Point's tricky in terms of having activity. I mean, sometimes it's absolutely great, but more often than not, at least in my experience, either the water's been all wrong or there's been too much vegetation to see any birds, that sort of thing. It's tough. Anyway, I'll be right back. Better take my phone with me. warbling vireo, red-winged blackbird. What else? A couple of ospreys, a great blue heron, a bird that looked probably like a, I wasn't sure, like a common gallinule, one black tern. I said great blue heron already. Not much. There's a lot of water and almost too much, and just not. You know, I mean, there are some things to see, but not much. Oh, gray catbird also. That's what I forgot. So we're not staying. When I first heard the black tern before seeing it, and it made me wonder, oh, could there be good numbers of them? But I only saw the one. Now that doesn't necessarily mean anything. There have been times when I've been there and a number of black terns, and all of a sudden they're gone, and they might come back, they might not. Oh, I did see a double-crested cormorant also. One of the ospreys did look like it was hunting, and one was in a tree, and then that one in the tree took off and started heading closer to me. And then I don't know if it was, if it and the first one were going to kind of sort of fly together somewhere. I don't know. They kind of flew out of the area. I saw mourning doves, some grackles, tree swallows. Northern cardinal. Ooh. I think we've got a tree swallow, and I think that's a sparrow in between the two tree swallows. Probably a house sparrow. And I may have just heard, maybe, I don't know if I heard a house finch or not. I see some, are they goldfinches? What are they? Yes, goldfinches. Hold on. Oh, come on. Thanks. Whew, that sun is hot. Osprey, I believe, up high. No, that's a great blue heron. Red-winged blackbird just took off. Robin. What am I hearing? Are they red-winged blackbirds, or are they black terns? Again, I told you that sound sometimes can confuse me. And you might say, why would you see black terns here? Well, they might be just in the process of flying from one location to another. swamp sparrow. American robin. Red-winged blackbird. Now who's this up here? A tree swallow? Yes. Oh, don't take off. No, they're taking off. I don't know what those smaller birds are. Something about them seems a little different. I could be wrong. Could be song sparrows, I don't know. Is that a cowbird by any chance, or is that... a lot of heat shimmer, I can't do much about it. Looks like everybody's gone. They might still be there on the edge of the road. Okay, just heard a bobolink. I don't know if I see anybody, but I heard one. No question about it. And the grasses are getting tall, so, you know, will we see one? Maybe. We'd have to be near the top of them. We're going to keep going, though. Very complex series of notes, and I don't know what else you want to call them, from the bobolink. Great blue heron, I think. And up here we have some different, I don't know if that's a barn swallow, but it's not a tree swallow, I don't believe. Hold on. Let's try that again. I hear a robin. Sounds like it's calling an alert. I hear a purple martin. Okay, let's move. I think I heard a yellow warbler, and I may have just seen one. And was that an American redstart I just heard? Maybe. Now, who's this on the road? Stay there. Chipping sparrow. Hey, we were looking at you. Red-winged blackbird, I think, up here. Yeah, looks like it. And here on the ground, grackle. Common grackle. To our left, up in the air, is another great blue heron. And another. Okay. Song sparrow. With the naked eye, I'm not seeing much down there. What's going on here? Are these the two great blue herons? I think so, but they're kind of circling around. And here's another one. We may not stay here at all. I think we've got a black tern down there flying around. Let's let me look with binoculars a bit. I don't know if you heard it just now, but there's a bobolink singing. And hold on a second. Let's turn around here, I guess. Maybe we'll see a bobolink. I don't know. I'm hearing one. I don't have my... Oh, maybe I do see one. Right there. So this is a bobolink. And unfortunately it's not coming any closer. I may have just seen a female, I'm not sure. Somewhere here. The bobolink, that male, oh, one just flew by. And, oh, hold on a second. oh shoot. It's not, or where it landed was not far from the road. Was that it? I doubt it. Let me look with binoculars. I don't think so. No. Okay, well. As I said, it was actually close to the road, but if we had been right there, I don't know if we would have been able to see it just because of the grasses. I hear a killdeer. All right, let's just look over the marsh a little bit. I did see somewhere, I saw some ducks of some sort. No, let me look with binoculars 1 second. I may be wrong. They might not have been ducks. I think I just saw a gallinule, for instance. But let me just look around. Yeah, I think I saw a gallinule. That looks like either a gallinule or a. It is a gallinule. That's a common gallinule, not a duck. And at the far edge, anything? It's black tern. And hold on, let me just heard a bobolink again. Always on the lookout for a bobolink and hoping that, maybe one will be close enough and in clear view that we can get a really nice look. Doesn't usually happen. I see one in the air right now. Flying farther away. Great blue heron. We won't spend much time here. There's not that much going on right now. And I say that right now. I would not be surprised if maybe things get active in terms of things like black-crowned night herons as the skies get a little darker. I've mentioned before my memories of coming here for the roseate spoonbill and the who's this? Oh, and the wood stork, and being here and seeing all kinds of activity: green herons, great blue herons, black-crowned night herons, and it was water levels were good for that sort of thing, and it was just perfect conditions essentially. It's black tern there, but I thought a couple black terns. Looks like a wood duck. Good to see the black terns. They're far away, but oh well. I'm not here for me. I'm here to take any photos I can, but the birds have to come first. Birds, the wildlife. And if things aren't convenient, well, those are the breaks. All right, we're going to move on. Oh, I see an osprey. It's not very close, and I'm hearing again a bobolink. The osprey's kind of sort of coming this way. And oh, who's that? Is that a mourning dove or is that a merlin? Probably a mourning dove. Oh, wait a minute. Mourning doves don't usually fly like that. Probably a mourning dove, but it's somehow, that flight seemed a little unusual. I'm hearing a killdeer. And the killdeer seems to be on alert. Could be that there's a merlin around, I don't know. I'm probably wrong. Well, all right, let's turn around. It's getting late. You might say, how can you confuse a merlin with a mourning dove? Now, overall, their shapes are fairly similar, and the merlin or possibly an American kestrel. You know, an American kestrel is not much larger than a mourning dove. Let's go. It does look like they've put a fresh layer of rocks and whatever here on the road. So it's smoother here. I think I just heard a common yellow throat, I believe. Again, it might be, maybe it's early, but we really have not been seeing great egrets much. Now, again, maybe it's early. I don't remember when we started seeing them in numbers last year. I do remember, though, towards the end of the summer and into early fall, we were seeing good numbers, especially at Van Dyke Spoor. And and we'd see them around here too. We'd see them maybe not all together, but we'd see them scattered, and then maybe we would see them all together. And that year when we had the when we did have the roseate spoonbill, for instance, they would gather, the great egrets would gather here at East Road sometimes in the Knox Marcellus Marsh, and you'd have to look in and amongst them to see if maybe by any chance the wood stork was there with them. And from a distance it could be hard to distinguish. If you didn't, especially if you didn't have a clear view of the wood stork. But we, back last year in Van Dyne Spoor, we were seeing good numbers of the great egrets, for instance. Again, this is towards the later stages of summer, and we'd see them. First they'd be all over the place, and then they kind of form one or two large groups, fairly closely, standing together on the water. Haven't seen any of that yet. Now maybe we're not going to, and who knows, maybe it's just early. Sometimes, some of the things change. There are green herons around, but we have not really been seeing them. In fact, I don't know if we've seen any at all at Sapsucker Woods. And it does seem to me that we see them at Sapsucker. We tend to see them more in the later stages of summer. By then, things have dried up, and there are more areas that we visit where the water levels are low, and they're more suitable for green herons. Deer over to our right. Right now, at Sapsucker, the main pool, the main pond, is fairly deep, and even in those areas, like for instance near the arbor, near the lab, the water's kind of deep, so maybe not ideal for a green heron and its hunting efforts. Could and should look over the fields that are not really tall yet, but I don't think there's much to see there. We're going to keep going. As I've discussed in the past, those fields that we just turned away from, they in the winter they can draw quite a few birds, and we did see that over the winter. Maybe not to as great an extent as we had in prior years, but things change, year to year, and it matters what conditions are here. It matters what conditions are elsewhere. Great blue heron up above us. But my overall point is, this time of year, those fields aren't so great for bird watching. So I hardly gave them a look. I'm not saying I wouldn't have seen anything if I had taken an extended look, but we only have so much time. So I try to go to the places where we have a better chance of seeing something of interest. trying to cool off. I've got the air conditioning running right now. You have to understand. I'm a northern pharisaical, not the mangrove pharisaical. Degrees, still warm. And as I've been mentioning, you know, that sun, if it's right on me, it still feels hot, even though it's 7:17 according to my clock. Wooded area instead. We haven't done that in a long time. There's a side road that we could have taken, and it eventually leads to directly to Van Dyne Spoor Road, and it's a rocky road, the gravel type thing. Maybe I should have done that. It goes through a wooded area, and we haven't done that much. We've only done it once or twice. For all I know, it's not even still open, but oh well, we're here. If you want to know where it comes out, when we're about to turn into the muddy area of Van Dyne Spoor, it'll be on our right. There's another road that looks like it goes to nowhere. Well, that's that road. Come to think of it, if you really, I was going to say, if you really have to avoid a train, and there's a train going through now, that would be a way to go. But you're slowed down by the slower road surface, and that train is done anyway, just about. So by the time we get there, it should be clear, unless there's another train. But anyway, that bypasses the railroad tracks entirely. But the benefit is you're driving through more of a wooded area, and you never know, maybe you would hear, I don't know, something of interest, and possibly see something of interest. Alright, anyway, we're on Van Dyne Spoor. It's 82 degrees according to my thermometer. I think I just heard a yellow warbler. And an eastern phoebe. Just saw a starling. Hearing another eastern phoebe. Did I hear a robin? Yellow warbler. missed this here. This is, maybe we have. Let's go this way. We'll come back. I'm hearing a robin. What am I hearing? That might be a yellow-throated vireo. Yes, yellow-throated vireo. According to Merlin. A little bit hoarse and not a constant thing up and down, up and down. I can't remember what the blue-headed vireo sounds like, to be honest with you. But hold on. What did I hear? Great crested flycatcher. Northern, okay, yellow warbler, okay. Okay, that was the yellow warbler. Northern yellow warbler, how silly. Wood thrush, I think. Possible. Yellow-bellied sapsucker, possible. Merlin's not picking anything up. Let's keep dosing. It heard the wood thrush. Oh. I think that was the cowbird again. Yellow-throated vireo. Not far from here. I looked down at my hand that's holding the racket, and there was a mosquito on my hand. I don't even know if this thing works. Worked on that one. Now that sounds like a red-eyed vireo. Oh, scarlet tanager. They're going after my face. Mosquitoes. They're calling my bluff. Northern cardinal. Ooh, what was that? I think... Okay, we're hearing the tanager again. American Red Star, I thought so. So maybe we're not... That was the Red Star again. Maybe we're not seeing much, but we're hearing it. Birds just flew low over the road. That's the tanager, scarlet tanager again. Take that. Wouldn't mind seeing the tanager, but I don't think that's going to happen for various reasons, mosquitoes included. Wood thrush. Oh, that was Veery, I think. Yes, Veery. sounded reasonably close. It is. I don't know where it is. I just saw it. It flew away. Had I moved just a little bit more, I might have gotten it in view, but it flew away. It's terrible when you're looking and you can't see, and all of a sudden you see movement as the bird you're looking for flies away. But anyway, that was a veery. We saw one at Sapsucker last week, briefly. Now, last week I did come away with, I think, at least 2 mosquito bites. So I feel the score has been, I don't. Oh, that one might not be a mosquito. Sorry. Oh, I think it was. I don't know. Did it? It may have my blood in it. I'm not sure if it's a mosquito. It might not be. Looks a little large. Hearing another wood thrush. So again, we're not really seeing anything, but we're hearing some beautiful songs. And we're just going to, I think we'll go to the end here of the wooded area, maybe look around a little bit at the end there and then turn right around. Maybe with the windows closed. I'm not going to say every pop that you might have heard was a mosquito. May have even been some of that cottonwood stuff flying through the air, but I see a great blue heron up in the air. Looks like it's heading towards the marsh. And, oh, 2 great blue herons flying the other way. One, 2. It's a robin. So not much going on here. This is an agricultural field that's been planted. Doesn't mean that there will be nothing here, but you know, we did come here, didn't we? Isn't this where we saw, yeah, it is. Where we saw those snow geese, I believe. There were 3 or 4 of them, and we later saw them flying. So the Van Dyne Spoor is just on the other side of this area here. We did come here a few weeks ago. And we later that evening, with Eastern Kingbird up here, just landed. Taranis, Taranis. A mosquito or not? I don't know. Let's get it out of the car. Anyway, as I've said before, I don't like to kill any insects, but mosquitoes are an exception. I'm not saying they're all mosquitoes that are coming into the car. I hope they all, if they are, I hope they are mosquitoes that I'm getting rid of. But given the damage that they cause to humans, to birds. Okay, I just heard a common yellowthroat. I think we'll turn around. I don't see much point in going much further. Oh, you know what? We'll go to the end. That's right. There's that area where there's a mural. Not that we need to see the mural, but we can turn around there. Hearing robins sing, red-winged blackbird. The racket comes with nothing in terms of a case. It has a stand, but you wouldn't use the stand like here. It's really meant just as you're charging. And, okay. And, you know, quite honestly, I would prefer to have some kind of a cover or case for it. And I had a bag I was using last week that was really too small and too inconvenient. So last night I was cutting up cereal boxes. Just as a trial sort of thing to see if I would like it. Maybe I'll make something better, but I was cutting up cereal boxes and taping them together. Just heard a common yellowthroat. I see an osprey over on one of the poles for Van Dyne Spoor. Oh, someone's flying around up ahead. Probably robins. 1 second. Yeah, well, at least one of them is a robin back up on the road. And there is a vehicle at the end of the road. Somebody's there. I don't know if there's a person in it, but... let's see, what am I seeing? Oh, what was that? Definitely American goldfish down there. I thought I might have seen something different, possibly. Probably not, but who knows. Anyway, like I said, there's a vehicle here. Is there someone in it? I'm not sure. Morning up. I don't see anybody. I think the vehicle's running. Yeah, it is. Oh, there is somebody in it, but not in the driver's seat. Alright, let's head back and then we'll go on. Make our way to Van Dyke's Store. I'm still glad we came this way, boy, but no matter what I do, I can't get my windshield streak free. Another vehicle coming. Traffic that I've never seen on this road, but I bet they're not bird watchers. I don't know if it's the same osprey or not, but I now see one in the air. So maybe the one that was on the pole took off. Turn the air conditioning on again as well. One reason why I have the windows closed is, well, two reasons now. All the dust that was just kicked up, but also to keep the mosquitoes out. Okay, well, I don't know if it's the same osprey, but there's one osprey now on that pole. I'll bet it was the same one that was on the pole originally, if I guess. Maybe that was a second osprey that I saw just a little while ago. I know we've gone to some. This has been a different sort of visit overall to Montezuma in many ways. Sometimes I make, maybe I make the wrong choice to go one place as opposed to another, or to look at one thing and we end up missing other things that were right nearby. That definitely happens. But much of the time it's, okay, what are the conditions in a given spot? What are you seeing? Are you seeing much? If you're seeing a lot, maybe stay, and if not, well, maybe you've chosen the wrong spot in the first place. Is it a morning dove on the road? It's a killdeer. Right ahead of us, there's a killdeer. Why is it? Okay, hold on a second. This might be tough. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. What am I seeing? Killdeer's walking off the road now, but is there something else? Maybe not. Okay, that's a killdeer. Hold on.
going to be tough. I don't know if we can see it or not because of the sun. Okay, it just took off.
Yeah, I know. Kind of turned, don't I? Alright. It was, at first, when I was on the road, it was, I don't know. I think it might have been trying to draw the attention of another killdeer. Maybe for mating purposes, but I'm not sure. I was afraid that the sun would be right on the camera lens and we would just not be able to see. But as it turned out, the killdeer was nicely lit. We got to see it. Didn't get to see it for very long, but we did get to see it pretty well. So that was good. Just saw a rabbit. As I've said so many times, it's a matter of being in the right place at the right time. Sometimes, and when I say right place, not even just like, okay, you're on such and such road. You might have to have, the bird on one side relative to the sun, as opposed to the other side. Maybe you need to be, looking at it in such a way that you're able to see it. Instead of it, let's say, being backlit very badly or something else going on from a lighting standpoint. I wouldn't mind driving through here slowly again with the windows open, but we're not going to do that this time. But anyway, sometimes, it's not even a matter of, well, it is a matter of timing, of course, but maybe just for a moment, in conditions where, everything is very badly backlit, but just for a moment, between the sun and the bird, there might be some greenery or something, and all of a sudden you've got, a fairly good background to deal with, and you get a good look. Anything like that can happen. And to be sure, sometimes, if you're experiencing tough conditions and you see a bird and if you look around, maybe if you move, you can get that background to work for you. Not always, of course, but sometimes you can get that background to work for you, and maybe you might even be a little bit farther from the bird, which is, maybe not good, but if it allows a decent view compared to the closer but effectively terrible view of with bad backlighting, tough backlighting, sometimes you're better off making that move. If, obviously it's not always possible. Anyway, I think I came through last week with 2 known mosquito bites, unless they were something else, but they were itchy for actually a very short period of time. One on my ankle, through my sock, and one was on top of my head. I was not wearing the hat in the car at the time. So, not that that's acceptable, but whatever. Through the sock. To be honest, neither one itched all that long, especially the one on top of my head. It really didn't. Hold on, someone just flew up to that power pole. It's a woodpecker of some sort. My guess is northern flicker, given it seemed to fly up from the ground. All right, hold on. Let's see if we can maybe have a look. Maybe some. Oh, the one just took off. Northern flickers, 2 of them that we've seen now. And where do they go? They, as I've mentioned last week, they're a different sort of woodpecker in that, compared to others that we see, in that they feed on the ground primarily. I don't see them on the ground, so we're going to go through. Got a mosquito in here again. Didn't you learn your lesson? Maybe not. According to my thermometer, it's 74 degrees here. Now, maybe it's because it's in shade or whatever, and that may make a difference, but that's welcome cooling. I might have just heard a wood thrush, and we're going to get the tennis racket out. Or bug's that bird, I should just call it. Oh. Hold on. Who's that? Is that a flicker? Or no, that looks like a robin. It is a robin, but I saw at least one of the flickers. Okay. Anyway, I have to say that overall, my oh, you know what? I've got to check something. Hold on one second. Hearing a wood thrush. No surprise, we were hearing one before. I hadn't done anything to this road. just saw another flicker. It was on the ground and took off. Let's go right here. Hearing a veery again. Yes, veery. Doesn't sound like it's very close. Could be the same one we heard earlier. I don't. Well, probably not, given where that one seemed to be. At least it's not calling from the same location. Veer is an alert call, as opposed to a song. We did hear one sing today at Sapsucker Woods. Somebody's up on top of this next pole. Flick. Oh no, red-bellied woodpecker. And a little rabbit. Okay, that was a common yellow throat that just called, sang. Oh, come on. I guess it's too hot for you. So this is why I'm trying to rewire things and get things to breathe a little bit better. It's too hot. I mean, it doesn't feel right now that uncomfortable, but some of the various pieces to the puzzle here do get overheated. It doesn't take much. This one's too hot. It's actually saying it's too hot. And it feels warm. It's not really hot. Well, it's warm. It's older technology. I should probably replace it. But still, I should probably trying to figure ways out so that things can keep cool without too much of an inconvenience or taking up too much room here in the car. truth is, it was either last night or this morning. I was like, I just take too many little things because of that. You know, too many. I have fans and I have this and I have that that I take with me, and you know, most of them are not convenient to use. Okay, I just saw a yellow warbler and I heard one. Last week, we did see four black crowned night herons, but that was just they were all together in the air, and what am I seeing over there? And flying away from us. Never did see them come back or anything. Mosquito City. Hold on. I think they're mosquitoes. Maybe not. Get away from me. They might not even be mosquitoes. Okay. Anyway, what am I seeing out here? At least a couple of wood ducks. I'm not sure what the others are. Just heard a marsh wren and a common gallinule. See a red-winged blackbird. We've had some of our red-tailed hawk young, suffer because of mosquitoes. So, like I said, I hear pied-billed grebe. I don't feel a terrible amount of guilt when I get rid of a mosquito. I was thinking I might even... Oh, is that a swamp sparrow? It is. Hold on. I think it is. Let's see if I can turn around. Let's turn around over here. We so rarely get to see those. I just hope it's going to still be there when we get back. Uh-oh. I think it may have taken off or dropped down. Really, mosquito? I think it dropped down already. Yeah, it did. It's not there anymore. Would have been nice to have a look at it. I wanted to switch cameras. And it's a lot easier to use the camera out my driver window. Not sure what that is. Could be a mourning dove, but I'm not positive. Alright, let's continue. Kind of hurrying to the end, and then we'll turn around and maybe take our time coming back. It depends on what we see and where we see it, of course. I am seeing to our left red-winged blackbirds. I haven't seen, at least not with the naked eye as we're driving through, I haven't seen like any great blue herons at water level. Or in the air. Well, we did see them nearby, obviously, when we were on the other side of the channel to our left. When we went through that wooded area and then into the open. But what's that? Hold on. Okay, I see a mallard in the air. I see that osprey on the pole again. I was even thinking, and you don't normally see this. Sometimes you do. In June and July when we do a fair amount of walking on the campus, and sometimes like I'll be parked near Rice Hall or near the Furno lawn, and I'm just trying to pack things up and get going. Sometimes the mosquitoes are around. And sometimes, like if I am in the Furno lawn looking up at Bradfield or something, I have to contend with the mosquitoes. And now, when walking around, I don't want to be carrying the racket if I don't have to. But maybe I'll stop at the car and pick it up and take care of a few mosquitoes then. Okay, the osprey, I think, is going to take off because of us. I'm sorry, osprey, if that happens. Well, maybe not. It's still there. Probably concerned though. And like I said, because of the damage mosquitoes do, and it makes me realize that area of the campus can and will often have a fair number of mosquitoes. Maybe getting rid of a few isn't such a bad thing. And I don't say that casually or anything like that. I don't like to kill insects if I can avoid it. I think I might be hearing a warbling vireo, and I just saw an eastern kingbird fly by. And I think I see a second osprey up ahead. Is that an osprey? Probably. Could be an eagle. It's an eagle. So that's a bald eagle there. And out on the water, I see some Canada geese. Who's this up here? Swallow of some sort. I'm not sure what sort it is, but he's pretty good. Seem to be having some issues today in some spots. We do have some heat shimmer at work, and you can even see that eagle is trying to cool off a little bit by the looks of things. Okay. Not the best view, and that part of that is because of just the heat shimmer and the distance and lighting. I hear a mourning dove. Wood ducks there. I don't know if those are young. I doubt it. Trying to, reach adult coloration, or if they are, and this is, I think, more likely, I think they're adults that are about to go into eclipse plumage. What is eclipse plumage? It's an alternate plumage, not their breeding plumage that we see in the non-breeding times. We go through winter, sometimes we see, we might see, well, it'll be a while, like it'll be after summer, and it might be a while before we start to see breeding plumage again, depending on the species, of course. Great blue heron in the air, I think. And I'm hearing pied-billed grebes. And am I also seeing possibly, what am I seeing here on those black terns? I think so, yes. That's pied-billed grebe right there. Is that a nest? It's possible. There's another pied-billed grebe right there. It may look like a small duck, but it's not a duck. Wood duck back there, and who was making that noise? Probably a great blue heron by the sound of it. Oh, well, someone's battery's almost dead. Let's change it. I'm going to look with binoculars a bit. See a swan in the distance. What's that? Probably an osprey. I'm hearing an eastern kingbird right now. Okay, we'll let it go. Anyway, as I said, there's a swan right here. Any others? More black terns. Oh, we should look over there. Yeah, let's do that. I'm hearing common gallinules. So the swan was over there, and between us I see, it looks like, those ducks? Might be wood ducks. Yes, I think so. Wood duck. I just saw a little bit of the white on the one around its eye. And that looks like a pied-billed grebe. Wood ducks. Well, that's a wood duck there at center, and another pied-billed grebe, yes, there, I think. Hold on a second. Oh, well, some of the swallows of one sort or another are flying around. Not many of them, but here are pied-billed grebes. It's a great little heron there. Hold on a second. You know what? Hold on. Okay, let's move on. We may not be here much longer. I think we're going to move on. Not that much going on that I've seen. But you never know. We could have a surprise of one sort or another. osprey is still on the pole. That's why we won't bother it. Still there. Good. We've passed it. I think we're going to head back to Wildlife Drive again. A little bit of time left. Not that much, but a little bit. Vocalizations from the common gallinules. You know, I'm not sure if have I ever seen a gallinule while I was vocalizing? Maybe I have. Probably have. But not those like longer whinnies, maybe just brief, brief sounds. So not super busy here tonight. 74 degrees. See black terns flying around above the grasses to our left a little bit, and I hear vocalizations. I wonder if by any chance we might see someone perched somewhere. Just heard a marsh wren. Nothing that I can see going on, like in terms of anyone landing and perching for any time. I think the black tern is of sufficient size that it can't just land on soft grass. It's got to be something with a little bit more strength to it. Swamp sparrow. eastern kingbird. Oh, hear that? I think I just heard an American bittern. We're also hearing the gallinals, and we're looking at a listen. Do you hear that? Heard it twice now. It's nearby. I don't think we have a chance of seeing it. The grasses are too thick. Okay, we're going to move on. Let's back up just in case. I saw something else that flew in. It was probably a great blue heron, but I'm not sure. We're leaving. I have to say the American bittern call was not very loud. I think I've heard that it was described as booming and everything, and maybe it was booming, but it didn't sound that way to my ears. So either it wasn't very close, or it's not as loud as some people have indicated. Lots of marsh wren vocalization now, and continued vocalizations from the common gallon rolls. Alright, we're gonna get going here. A lot of light left, but we have some, so try to make use of it. Overall, though, if you think about it, we've actually seen a fair number of species here. Between here and seen or heard, between here and the other side of the wooded section here to our right. Scarlet tanager and veery and wood thrush to red-bellied woodpecker, northern flicker, so I mean, and of course, great blue herons, did pretty sure hear an American bittern. Bald eagle, ospreys, black terns, wood thrushes. I didn't see any redheads. Now they might have been here, and maybe I just didn't look in the right spot. We had been seeing them. Common yellowthroat that just vocalized. I gotta check something. Why is this so bad? You're overheated too? Yep. Alright, hold on. I'll try again in a little bit. much more comfortable, 73 degrees now, and with the sun no longer really punishing us, things are a lot cooler. I think it's supposed to rain tomorrow. I can't speak for Montezuma, but I know a lot of other areas, although they've had rain over the last couple of days, I don't know if it could really be said to be so much that they don't still need it. So if it rains tomorrow, it won't hurt my feelings. And besides, we had, the last couple of days there were temperatures in the low 90s. It's, not comfortable. I hate to see, let's say any birds, and when they're panting and they're trying to cool, and I know they're kind of adapted and that's what they're doing. It doesn't mean they're necessarily uncomfortable, but I'd rather not see them like that. Trying to get to Wildlife Drive again before it gets too dark. Even if we don't see many birds, at least in recent weeks we've been treated to some beautiful views. It might be there too late for sunset itself, but even so, like I said, we've had some beautiful views even when we have been there after sunset. And maybe some people don't really care to see it, but that's one nice thing about all this is people can come and go as they please. So if there's ever, if there are things that we're looking for that don't interest you, you can always obviously tune out. And for instance, let's say we're at Sapsucker Woods and we're walking around, and that's not to everyone's interest, and you don't have to tune in for that. I do every once in a while suggest that, if you are enjoying what you're seeing, and someone else who might appreciate it, and they don't have to tune into this. Maybe watch Cornell's, live cams. You might want to encourage them to check them out. I've done that on many occasions for the Big Red and Arthur Nest. The beauty of that is it takes only a few moments to check in if you want to check in, and just take a look at what's going on. And with the chicks as grown as they are now, it gets that much more interesting. And I've encouraged people to watch. One of the great things about all that is, I mean, if you turn on standard television, I suppose with a given series you can care about the characters and things like that. So there's that. But if you get to know the Hawks, for instance, you watch them, you see how an individual may develop. If you're watching the Hawks, oh good, Arthur has arrived, what did he bring? I mean, that kind of thing it can be interesting. So, as I say, if you know someone who, I don't know, they're tired of regular TV, maybe they're, even if they're at home and they're not able to go bird watching themselves, maybe they appreciate the beauty of birds. I would encourage you to suggest to them to visit Cornell's various live stream cameras, and if not Cornell's, I mean there are other live stream nesting cameras. Hold on, what was that? Hold on. Cormorants circling around? I'll do this at home. Where'd they go? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. They weren't cormorants. They're egrets. Where have they been? Oh, I've got a car coming. Come on. They could have been at Shockey Pool, maybe in the grasses or something, maybe all day, or maybe they've been elsewhere. Good to see them. Good to see them. Okay, we're going to move on. I saw a whole bunch of birds in the air, and it just somehow didn't seem right for them to be double-crested cormorants, for instance. And we've seen cormorants there roosting at night. Roosting there along with great egrets. And I was, obviously I was speaking earlier today that we hadn't really seen many egrets. We had seen a couple, early on, very early on, maybe the first visit or one of the first visits up here this season. But we hadn't seen any since. I take it back. Maybe in the distance, like at Van Dyke's, where we might have seen one in flight, but certainly no numbers. And I'm not saying that means they just arrived just now and they're finding a place to roost. My guess is they were somewhere, and and now they're going there to roost tonight. But we didn't see any on the at ground level anywhere we went today. And you might say, well, you didn't look hard enough or something. That's very possible. I could look back at the great egrets. I'm sorry, great blue herons, but we're not going to. But with great egrets, with them being white, a bright white, they're usually reasonably easy to see on the ground against the background of green vegetation and even tan vegetation. So, a great blue heron against tan vegetation may not stand out, especially from a distance. Usually the egret is visible. So we just didn't see them. I didn't anyway. And, there they were. And again, I'm not saying that it's like they're just arriving now at the end of the day. I doubt it. I imagine they were, scattered here and there, feeding somewhere. But I hadn't seen them. So we haven't yet to see a black-crowned night heron today, but we've seen great blue herons, we've seen a green heron in flight. We heard, I believe, an American bittern. Now we've seen great egrets. See black-crowned night herons at Wildlife Drive? Maybe. Possible. It's getting late. But, very often that's when we do see them. Maybe in flight from one place to another late in the day. I wonder if they're going to do more bridge work, and I don't know, that bridge back there, and maybe they'll close off the other half of it. To me, it seemed like that's what they were doing, half and then half. But now it's fully open, as opposed to being, let's say, okay, now that they've finished one side, they'll continue with that light and just work on the other side. But it's fully open at the moment. Don't be surprised, though, if they resume construction 5 minutes before the snow falls. Anyway, it's nice that the bridge is fully open for a change. Passing by numerous osprey nests right now to our right. And as I drove in earlier today, I could see that, they were occupied. It's getting dark. My headlights are on. Still 73 degrees. Much more comfortable outside now, though. For sure. A couple of ducks of some sort just flew overhead, maybe heading towards the water. I don't know. we see various behaviors and just life patterns from various species. And sometimes we say, oh boy, you know, and I'm thinking quite honestly of the mourning doves. Some people think that they're unintelligent or whatever, but like it or not, they're a successful species. I hear a robin. I just heard a song sparrow. I see a deer. He's now running away from me. Sorry, deer. I waved. It was just yesterday. Oh, I forgot about the purple martins. I forgot to mention them earlier. I did see the purple martins at the houses before I started up originally. Rabbit. Again, we might not see much, but I hate to say it, I'm also gonna look in on the mute swans. And the robins sing. Here in eastern wood pewee. I'm hearing a great crested flycatcher. I think I'm hearing a pewee. Yes, pewee. Eastern wood pewee. We saw one earlier today at Sapsucker. And we also saw, although not as well, an eastern phoebe. Both similar. Both flycatchers. Anyway, check things as we go here. Well, somehow more cloud cover than I expected. I mean, it's not bad, but it's different. Smoke sparrow. I don't remember exactly where we saw the mute swans. There is a car ahead of us, and I believe there's a car behind us. Lots of vocalizations. I don't know what that Subaru's doing here. It's driving that fast. Why even bother? Alright, I'm gonna set you down. Now he's backing out. He's driving forward again. Just heard a yellow throw. See a couple mute swans over to our right. And granted, they might be the same ones we saw to our right earlier today. Same area. Well, maybe that's what he stopped for. I'll bet he stopped to look at the swans just briefly. The Subaru guy, that is. Alright, so just show you quickly. Sorry, some kind of bug in here. Maybe a mosquito, maybe not. Hearing a gray catbird sing. And that was a swamp sparrow again. We may have passed where everything happened with the swans already. I haven't seen the swans, but I was wondering if that one would be visible or not, or whatever. But I may have passed. It's a little dark to see. That's the problem. Oh, let's drive forward a bit. If we have the right reflections, it could look pretty. Okay, let's stop right here for a second. It's not as nice as I was hoping, just because I had to drive forward. We haven't seen a sandhill crane today. Didn't see or hear any of them. Wondering if they're around. Oh, marsh wrens you're hearing. Oh, actually, that's nice right there. hear pied-bill grebe. I gotta set you down for a second. Oh, come on, wire. Jeez. My goodness. First of all, I need to get my phone plugged in. One second, everybody. Sorry. The YouTube app is just so awful. I'm sorry to say, it is awful. It's so clumsy. Just to get to my own stream, it makes it, it's completely non-intuitive. I love smartphones, I love what they can do, but the touch interface is overloaded in my opinion. Too many funny gestures and things like that. You're trying to do too much because you don't have a real keyboard, in my opinion. I hear Canada geese. Oh. I think I just did hear a black-crowned night heron. Listen for like almost like a barking. Yeah, I'm hearing one, I think. Let's move forward. Oops. It sounds like wah, wah, or something like that, and it almost like a barking sound. Certainly not bird sound, bird-like, or at least not what one would ordinarily expect a bird to sound like. It was distant. It didn't sound like it was really close or anything, but looks like a muskrat there. Not quite as many bugs. Oh. Someone just, like maybe 4 or 5 birds just came in for a landing around there somewhere. There they are. I don't know. Well, in the distance we see those swans there. And, okay, here are the, whatever, wood ducks maybe? Sorry, mosquitoes are bugging me here. I think they're mosquitoes. Anyway, I'm not sure. They do look like ducks, though. Probably wood ducks, I would say, by the shapes of their heads. Definitely hearing that barking again. I would love to see a black crowned night heron, but I don't know if that's going to happen. They're probably too distant anyway to see, given the time of day. Now let's continue here. Those are frogs you're hearing. Jeez, these bugs are driving me nuts. All right. Shoot. Oh, wait, wait a second. Something pop up? No. See, remember when I was talking to you about making the situation, sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. You know, right now, those are the same geese, and the lighting is very different there from our perspective. Given the reflections that are no longer there and visible. Just heard a black-crowned night heron again, or at least I think I did. Very peaceful here. Not a lot of bird vocalization. We have diminishing light and also some cloud cover, and that is definitely affecting things in terms of what we're able to see on the water, silhouettes on the water. I think these are both planets, but I'm not sure. Can't get them now, it's too dark. So when I look over here, it's and actually the camera's lighting things up a little bit, but it's much easier to see things on the water if I look here where the sky is brighter. So any break in that reflection is visible to me. You might say, why does he bother telling us this stuff? What do we care? Well, it's something to think about. You know, sometimes if you are out bird watching or you're out looking for anything, you know, as it gets darker, this is sometimes the sort of thing you have to do to cope with the diminishing light. I think it's been a nice day overall. I mean, maybe a little bit quiet overall in some ways. Like sapsucker, there wasn't a lot of activity. And here it's been quiet, and I think that's a function of the water levels. But I'm glad we're back here for a second visit, and also Van Dyne Spoor, we didn't really see a lot, but we heard a lot. Given all our driving up there. I think I'm hearing Gallinule. I think the biggest surprise we had was probably the great egrets, given that we hadn't seen them, you know, all day, and then all of a sudden we saw them as they were going in to roost. That's a Gallinule you're hearing. I think I'm hearing a willow flycatcher. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know what that was. It's possible it was a black-crowned night heron. Might have been a great blue heron. I don't know. I would, if I had to bet, it was a great blue heron. Couple fireflies. Yeah, there are a few fireflies here. I didn't record anything, or did I? But the other night I walked out and onto my deck, and I'm definitely hearing a willow flycatcher. and I had seen maybe a few fireflies, but that was from within inside. Yeah, there are a number of them here, and through the glass and everything. When I walked out, and I had a lens that had a wide aperture, so the ability to take in a lot of light. And I have to say, to the naked eye, the ground looked darker with my own eyes than it did, to the camera. It looked a lot lighter, but it wasn't bright. So, I mean, it still looked like, okay, it's definitely getting darker. But what a show of fireflies. Quite a few of them were flashing all around. And unfortunately, they're going to mow that grass, I think, pretty soon. It's not my own grass to control. And I don't know how that'll affect the fireflies. They mow it all the time. Not every week, but... hearing frogs, and I just heard a marsh wren. Another marsh wren. So they're still singing. It's obviously getting very dark, and we're nearing the end of the day. There are fireflies on my right also. What's nice when I'm home to see the fireflies is, unlike right here, for instance, where we're just looking out at ground level and we can only see essentially as far as the grasses block our view. Just the way I have a hill that I'm looking down a hill essentially, and so I get a view of a fairly wide area of the fireflies. And it's just kind of a nice sight. One of my neighbors a few years ago, I can't remember the process, but he took a special kind of photo, or I should say he might have taken a series of photos and then merged them. And when he did that, you should see all the fireflies in the merged photos. Just amazing. I can't remember the process. I'm hearing somebody. Hold on. Well, first of all, let's park the car for just a moment and look without lights. Maybe it's just flashing lights and not worth spending time on, but firefly numbers are dwindling, from what I understand. They've also had their issues, so I root for them as well. In an area like this, I imagine things are pretty good because here at along Wildlife Drive, they don't mow. They do mow some of the grasses sometimes, like right near the road. They'll do that on occasion, but for the most part, they're not. They're just leaving things be, and that's, I'm guessing, the kind of habitat the fireflies seek, or at least something similar. But maybe not in the highest numbers, but you even see them on the Cornell campus in the Fernal lawn. Very often I've seen them as I'm packing up. They're there. Again, maybe not quite to the high numbers that we see in taller grasses. And if you don't know, the firefly is actually a beetle. It's not a fly. And there are numbers of different species, from what I understand. We're obviously winding up. It's getting very dark. Never know, we might see something run across the road, and we have on occasion. But I'm going to just head to the eagle statue. I'll be probably stopping and then packing up right there. It's nice to see our hawks on the campus today. I didn't show you Arthur. I did see him briefly. He was on the throne. Basically, what I did is I saw him. Parked so I could back up a bit, and then when I got back around to see the throne again, he was gone. Never forget that he has to do a lot of hunting to support the young, and I don't know how much hunting Big Red is doing, so he's probably largely supporting her as well, is my guess. I don't know. I guess, when you think about them, Big Red, Arthur, they're young each year. And not just, during the nesting season, and then once they're out of the nest, once they've fledged. Maybe you think about how much work they do, how much they have to endure just to survive. I mean, think about it. We've had 90 degrees or more over the last couple days, and I imagine it gets kind of hot in that nest, for instance. But I mean, a few months ago they were enduring freezing temperatures. all the while, I mean, they're outside 24/7, 365 days a year, and it's not like, okay, they're just outside but they can go to the refrigerator and the kitchen cabinet to find something to eat. No, they have to hunt for it. And it's just amazing. Not much going on, obviously, that we can see. It's awfully dark. And I'm about to close up for the night. I do hope you've enjoyed the day. Seen a few things, missed a few things today. We didn't see any sandhill cranes. Didn't see any Canada geese in Sapsucker Woods again, 3 weeks in a row. I mean, we don't have to see them there, but it's nice to see them. Anyway, it's time for me to pack up and head home. I want to wish you all well. I hope you'll all have a very good week. And we will see you next time. It's possible even, well, maybe sooner. You never know. And with that, I think I'm going to call it a night. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.